Hello, and welcome to the second launch attempt of ViaSat-3 F3 flying aboard the mighty Falcon Heavy. I'm Frank with Launch Heaven, and just as last time, we have the Aussie Knot. How are you, Josh?
G'day, mate. How's it going?
It's
Good,
good.
good,
It's
good
good.
to join you from the land down under, or the arse end of the world.
Well, we are here all doing this again. After the forbidden S word last time, weather is looking a little bit better today.
Yep.
Space launch Delta 45 has us sitting at 90% go, which is a considerable improvement over 55% last time.
Yeah, much better.
And currently, we are just 24 minutes out from the first Falcon Heavy launch in 18 months.
Yeah, it's been a long time since between launches, so yeah, this will be actually really good to see this one go. And Launch Heaven has Joaquin. Sorry, I always say that wrong. Us Aussies, um, down at the press site, who's providing us with a live feed right now. So this is Launch Heaven's direct feed from the media press site that you can see of the Falcon Heavy stacked there.
Yep, and if you take a close look, you should be able to see. Can't see it as much now. The conditions aren't quite as good for seeing vapor rolling off the side of the vehicle, but you should be able to see a little bit of ice on those boosters, and you can see just a little bit of vapor, a little bit of venting coming off of the strong back there. That is a good sign that we are moving through propellant load, meaning that at this point, we are still expecting SpaceX to be targeting the opening of the window.
Yeah, the
And then,
traditionally with SpaceX, they have a tendency to, even though they have long launch windows, they have a tendency to launch at the beginning of the window, providing weather conditions look good. Frank and I both have been, before we started the live stream, we've both been having a look at various weather conditions and things like that. And it looks like that the lower level winds. Oh, that we've got some venting right now. Sorry to interrupt. We got some the lower level winds are looking really good at the moment, but the upper level winds, didn't you say around about 5,000 feet or so that the winds are much stronger and completely in opposite directions. So we've got some onshore winds at ground level, and then offshore winds at the upper level are looking like in completely different directions. So
yeah, I think you did the flub this time. I think it was 5,000 meters. Right about
yeah, meters.
10,000 feet or so. I'm the American here. I'm the one who's supposed to be confusing my units.
Oh, I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice. Yeah, there you go. There's the flub. So yes, down this side of the world, we use metric, and I'm used to using both. But yeah, occasionally, as you just heard,
Yeah.
I'll interchange sometime between the two.
And it does look like we are seeing the T-minus 20-minute vent happening right now on Falcon Heavy. That is usually a sign that stage 2 LOX loading has started. Um, Based on the time, but on multiple timelines I've got, it looks like that started about a minute earlier than I was expecting, but it is probably just, you know, various clocks on the back end not quite being synchronized. Again, that big venting is normal, usually a sign of targeting the opening of the window. I will say, for the 20-minute vent, this one feels like it's been going on for
Yeah, that's
a
actually quite
bit of a
substantial.
while.
Yeah.
Keeping an eye on that, because usually at T-minus 20 minutes and 20 or 21 minutes and 20 seconds, you usually get this nice big vent like this off of the transporter erector, but it's usually sort of like a nice big puffy vent to purge the lines, just clearing out the liquid oxygen lines,
Yep.
and then it usually kind of just does its thing and stops. And this is has been going for like 2 minutes now.
They're not going through detanking, are they?
I hope not.
Yeah. Otherwise,
I
this is gonna
don't
be a very short live stream.
Yeah, I don't believe this is. We usually don't see a continuous vent like that during detanking.
Hmm.
We'll
Yeah,
see
that's
in the
true.
next we'll see in the next minute or 2 if it, wraps up. If it does, then we would expect that they are still gonna be targeting the end of the window. And if it doesn't stop, then I'm not quite sure what that means.
No, that is actually quite a continuous stream now that's coming from the rocket. Again, I don't know, rocketry or anything like that, but that is actually a little bit concerning with the amount of, SpaceX launches I've actually watched over time, live streamed over time. That is a rather large stream that's ongoing. Maybe it could just be the relative humidity in the area that's making it more visible than it's been before, because that is just a super cold vent that comes into warm, moist air, and that's why you get that what looks like a lot of, cloud coming out of the rocket, which is just the, LOX, venting.
Yeah, it may be normal. Again, at about the 22-minute mark, we do expect to see this big vent, going on. So, again, not totally out of the norm for what we expect to see, and it may just be my own, pre-launch nerves, and, like, we were already doing this for a second time, and now we're, like, scrutinizing everything, and is
Yes.
it normal? Is everything okay?
I think that's it.
Um,
I think that's it.
it very well could be.
Yeah.
Um, so, again, that is Yep, and there it stops now.
Yeah,
So I
it's
think
oh,
that
good.
was a nominal. Oh boy, I did it
Oh,
now.
well, okay, there we go.
I think that was
Drop
a
copyright there. Yee.
yeah. Well, technically, John Innsbrucker is the one who
Yeah, that's true.
coined that, but I think that was a nominal event, and we should be seeing SpaceX targeting the opening of the window in just about 18 minutes.
Just for reference, the one of the weather maps that I've actually pulled up is says that it's sitting at around about a relative humidity of about 82% at the moment. Sorry, 80%. So that's probably why we saw that a lot more than what we normally do. Why it's probably a lot clearer. These things are normal with rocket launches and things like that. It's just that for us that was quite visible, and it's probably to do with the relative humidity in the area being a little bit quite a lot higher than what's normally out there, I guess, which normally sits anywhere between 60 and 80%. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
and we are heading towards those Florida summer months where both the heat and the humidity consistently rise and sit at relatively soupy levels. And when you get that high humidity, you do tend to see a lot more big billowing clouds from the different vents, and we're not seeing as much of it just because there are really very, very minor, almost no ground level winds. But if you get a little bit of wind, you will start to see vapor rolling off the sides of the boosters as well. Now, a couple notes about the boosters. As you see Falcon Heavy, as you see it climb, and when we're able to maybe get a different angle on it from the SpaceX feed, you'll notice that all three of these boosters are going to look really, really different. That's because each of them has a different number of flights. Falcon Heavy doesn't really the boosters, for Falcon Heavy don't always fly together in the same pairs. One of the boosters, I believe, from the view you guys are seeing should be the left-hand booster, will be flying for its 22nd time,
Wow.
where the right-hand booster has 20 less flights and is just flying for its second time. And the core stage, the center booster, is flying for its first and only time. This will be one of the rare times that we see a Falcon booster be expended. It will have a terminal velocity encounter with the ocean at the end of its mission.
And go to what's commonly called the rocket graveyard, where most of the rocket bodies, or in this case, a center stage, actually go to die, which is yeah, there's quite a common area. Checking the SpaceX feed on X, it looks like they've actually started their live themselves, and they're sitting at about 15 minutes and 24 seconds. So yes, we're looking like it's go for this at this particular point in time. Because again, like you, Frank, yeah, I think it's just the new level of paranoia. The second attempt, you and I've just gone home, checking everything.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. We are because we are here again for the second time. We had an attempt on Monday. That attempt ended up being halted at T minus 23 seconds because of unfavorable weather. However, again, today the weather forecast is looking much better. Space Launch Delta 45, who control the eastern range, have the probability sitting at 90% chance of favorable weather at liftoff, which is that's exactly what we want to see. Again, we are watching a little bit of upper level winds, but we are not expecting it to be an issue at this time. Now, the landing for these boosters is gonna be a little bit interesting, a little bit different than what we've seen in the past. The both side boosters are gonna be coming back and landing on shore. However, the days of the very photogenic, side-by-side Falcon Heavy booster landings is over, as LZ-1, as of Crew 11 in August 2025, LZ-1 has retired. Now the boosters are going to be separating, and in fact, we will probably see them doing their boost back, seem to instead of going the same direction, we are probably gonna see them split off because one will land back at LZ-2, the other will be landing at Space Launch Complex 40 at the newly constructed LZ-40. It's had I think 2 landings there before with Falcon 9, but this will be the first Falcon Heavy to make use of LZ-40. And instead of just being a couple 100 feet apart like LZ-1 and 2 were, these landing pads are about 5.5 miles apart. So quite a big difference.
Yeah, so if anybody is watching from the Southern Hemisphere, that's around about 8.85 kilometers away. So I just did a conversion. Yeah, it's gonna be spectacular seeing them going to I mean, it was wonderful seeing them for the first time actually going in landing side by side when, the Falcon Heavy first launched. I watched that back in 2018. I was live streaming from home and managed to watch that in HD. So that was a fantastic thing to see. And landing together was absolutely spectacular. You almost think it was CGI. This is going to be, for me, it's going to be weird. They're going to be quite far apart. So for me, that'll just be odd and weird to see because I'm so used to them actually landing together in tandem.
Yeah, I think
Isn't it amazing that now SpaceX has made it their launches and landings almost mundane?
oh yeah,
Spectacular, but mundane.
it is incredible having something so incredible and so difficult become like totally routine. I mean, we're seeing on the order of like 2 to 4 landings a week at this point. It is not almost, it is much stranger when a booster doesn't make a landing like the center core tonight won't be.
Yeah.
Um, and I'm really enjoying as a Vandenberg guy, I'm really enjoying seeing LZ-40, because LZ-40 is much closer to the launch pad at Slick 40 than LZ-1 and 2 were.
Oh,
Very similar to Slick 4 over at Vandenberg, where the landing site is about 1,000 feet over from the launch site, where you'll see the rocket goes up, flips around, and comes back down almost exactly where it took off from.
wow.
Now that's not gonna be happening today. This
No.
is launching from Falcon Heavy launches for the moment exclusively from Launch Complex 39A over at the Kennedy Space Center. However, SpaceX is in the process of turning excuse me. SpaceX is in the process of retrofitting Space Launch Complex 6 out at Vandenberg Space Force Base to support West Coast Falcon Heavy launches.
Wow. That's gonna be amazing.
Yeah, as sad as I am to see SpaceX demolish another Delta IV Heavy pad, because that is my all-time favorite rocket, I am really excited for the possibility of another 3-core heavy lift rocket launching from Slick 6 out of Annenberg. I'm really excited to head down there and catch the first West Coast Falcon Heavy when it arrives. We're probably not expecting that for a year or two. Depends on how quickly SpaceX is going to be turning around the pad, because they are currently doing demolition of Slick 6. Um, but it's going to be how quickly can they build it and how much demand is there from customers as well. Speaking of customers, today's
Ah,
mission
yeah.
is flying the ViaSat-3 F3 mission. This is a Ka-band satellite built by Boeing for Viasat. It's going to geostationary Earth orbit. That is a very, very high orbit, and it is going to be providing extremely high bandwidth connectivity to the Asia and Pacific region. Um, if you've ever used in-flight Wi-Fi, you may have seen a billing charge from Viasat. That is one of the many things that this satellite will be helping provide data for. Now, unlike constellations like Starlink or Amazon Leo, which operate in low Earth orbit, which allows them to provide very low latency, the mission today in geostationary is going to be up at about 22,000 miles away from Earth. Uh, Means there is a cost to latency, but with the ability to provide over a terabit per second of data, don't think that this satellite can't hold its own in a modern in the modern network environment. And it is that distance as well. Why, if we can, I think we can see it here. You can actually see on the upper stage, it has that gray stripe on the bottom,
Yep.
which is the mission extension kit, which gives more favorable thermal performance, I believe, for the liquid oxygen tank to help slow boil off. Because it does take quite a while to get out to geostationary orbit. We don't know at this point if it's doing a direct injection to geo or if it is going to be just putting it in a transfer orbit. But either way, it is definitely going to be a longer mission.
All right, looks
And
like we've got some comments here too.
yeah,
So if anybody's joining us for the comments or anything like that, just a reminder for everyone that there are YouTube membership tiers and they are intern perks, priority reply to comments, member shoutouts, loyalty badges next to your name in comments and live chats. Launch director perks, name displayed during webcasts and videos and Discord access, plus the intern tier. Then we've got the closeout crew perks, which same as the last levels in early access to images and videos and discounted merchandise of up to 10% off. Then we're looking at range officer perks, which is the same as all the last levels, plus you're looking at a higher level of discount of 25% on all items. So thanks very much for joining us here, guys. And yes, to answer the question that was on screen before, is it going to fly? Well, we hope so.
we sure hope so. And I will say, old council, not that's not 6 hours. That is 6 minutes. We are rapidly approaching the terminal count for Falcon Heavy. This is going to be a super exciting one, and I will say that early access to images. We have a couple photographers on the team who have been able to set remote cameras out at the launch site, out at 39A. The Falcon Heavy, those remote engine shots they're going to be ridiculous. There is going to be some amazing stuff coming out of the team from this launch. So whether you remember, whether you're just following along on the social channels, stay tuned. I'm so excited to see what everyone gets.
Oh, yes, so am I. I can't wait. Those photos are going to be magnificent. Sorry, I'm going to do a big fanboy here. My God, you guys, seriously, those photos. Wow.
Yeah, yeah.
I,
If
I'm,
if
you're
if
going.
you've seen any of the photos that the team got from SLS from the
Yes.
Artemis 2 launch, you know that the team is going to absolutely crush it.
Yeah.
So where are we launching from today? We are launching from Launch Complex 39A at the Kennedy Space Center.
And
And
just as a
the
reminder as well that these images are live from Launch Heaven, who actually have Joaquim at the press site who is providing us with this live stream. This is not a restream or anything from SpaceX. This is actually one of our guys sitting down at the press site who has the camera focused on Falcon Heavy.
Yep, yep. A big thank you to Joaquin out there with
Yeah,
the
mate.
live feed, the whole team setting up the remote cameras, and of course, we would be remiss if we didn't thank Austin, the founder and the awesome guy working behind the scenes to put all this live stream stuff together and keep it running so that we can bring this live coverage to you.
Yeah. Cheers, Austin. Appreciate that, and cheers, Joaquin, for bringing us these fantastic images. Oh, and there's nothing better than seeing a rocket with a bird flying around in front. That's how you know it's live, even though it doesn't look like there's very much happening right now. Yeah, so you do know it's live because that bird is the indicator.
Yep, two birds of a different kind. We love to
Yeah,
see
great.
it. Yeah, one of my favorite shots I've ever taken was a vulture just like that flying right in front of a Falcon 9 out at Vandenberg.
Nice.
Always love to see it. I can't help but think about that one bird sitting on a lightning arrestor wire during Artemis 2 that just sat there and all the other birds are running away and it just hangs out, doesn't care, couldn't be bothered to move.
It's one of the famous photos of the one of the I can't remember which launch it was, but the frog in midair.
The Minotaur frog. Yeah,
That was it.
that was a Minotaur 4 from, I believe, launching from, Wallops.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Wallops.
the Minotaur frog lives on in our hearts eternally.
Well, if you got to go, that's a way to go. Wow.
Yeah, oh, absolutely, Viking funeral, right?
Yeah. Imagine the frog getting to Valhalla. I don't
Yeah.
know what was happening. I was sitting on my lily pad, and the next thing, I'm here, flying through the air briefly, and now I'm here.
Yeah, oh my it was, yeah, a photo for the ages and, you know, gone but not forgotten.
All right, we're coming down to the 2-minute mark. So it looks like we're about T minus 2 minutes. It's slightly out of sync, I think, with the SpaceX's own live stream, but that's okay. That's fine. It's still I'm looking at the SpaceX live stream as well. I'm keeping that muted in the background. It looks like they're still loading. It looks still quite like they are ready to go. So it looks like in about 1 minute 30 or so, it seems to be that everything is go at this point.
Yep, yep.
Um, just checking Flight Radar 24 as well. It seems that the NOTAM is in effect. There doesn't seem to be much air traffic hanging around Cape Canaveral at the moment. There are a few flights to the north and to the south, but generally, up until about 30 minutes ago, there was quite a substantial amount of flights, and now they all seem to have cleared. So, looking positive at this point.
Exactly what we wanna see. We don't want any wayward planes, no wayward boats.
No.
Now in just a moment, we should see another big vent come from the transporter erector, the strongback, that big thing behind Falcon Heavy, which actually, if you can see there, it has and there it
Yep.
is, right on
There's
time.
Jen. Perfect.
That's just clearing out those liquid oxygen lines before SpaceX sends an absolutely enormous amount of fire back down on the pad. For those who are familiar with liquid oxygen, when you light things on fire with liquid oxygen, it can do all kinds of crazy stuff like turning metal into fuel. Uh, SpaceX doesn't want that, so they just like to clear out the lines, make sure there's no residual liquid oxygen in there. So what is in the frame, Aiden? That is the Falcon Heavy rocket that is going to be launching in just 1 minute and 15 seconds. As we wind down to the end of the count here, reminder that at about 1 minute or so, the Falcon Heavy rocket will take over the count. Basically, the ground computers, and right about there, the ground computers have handed over from controlling the countdown to now the rocket is checking out, making sure that everything it's got is good and that it is in a ready configuration to launch. And if everything's good, we will see the count continue rolling. The next thing you guys are going to see is those little, we can't quite see them today, but right around where the tree line is, you'll see some little black towers that'll start dumping water onto the launch pad. That is to help keep the noise down, actually. And as that happens, then a few more seconds, we should see engines ignite, all 27 Merlins, and liftoff. So as we wind down here, once it lifts off, we will kind of quiet ourselves and let you guys enjoy the powerful rumble.
Like you
There's
said, the
the
Merlin engines.
Yep, there's the camera wiggle. Joaquin
Yep.
is kinda unlocking the
Here
tripod,
we go.
making oh, lift
Oh,
off,
we're off.
ignition and lift off. We are
And
in
lift
the
off.
air.
Wow. Oh, sorry.
Beautiful, look at that.
Oh, go. Oh, wow.
Oh, unbelievable. Now we are waiting to see if that rumble comes in. Oh, it's just destroying the audio.
I'm here for it. I don't care.
Oh my gosh, that's incredible.
Wow. Oh, listen to that crackle.
Yeah. Wow, wow. Even microphones that can handle rockets struggle with Falcon Heavy because it's just so powerful. Oh! Did you
Punch the hole.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
It
Oh,
punched the
wow.
hole. Wow.
Oh, that's so cool.
That was the coolest part.
Oh, wow. That was unbelievable. We are just passing through max Q now, the area of
Yep.
maximum dynamic pressure in the flight. That is where the atmosphere is thickest versus the speed. From this point, the atmosphere is thinning out as we get to high altitude. That air friction on the vehicle just gets less and less.
Which
Yep,
means they
that's
can
right.
go into a throttle up condition, which means they can then accelerate beyond that.
Yep.
It looks to be perfectly nominal at this point. So shout out to Joaquin for these wonderful pitches.
Yeah, Joaquin is absolutely killing it with this track. This is just incredible. And Grinchy, you are absolutely right. This is carrying a 6,400 kilogram, a 6,000, a 6.4 ton satellite to provide high bandwidth internet. So the next thing we're going to see is those two side boosters should shut down in just a moment here, and we will see them flip around backwards, reignite their engines, and they are going to split in different directions because they are going to be landing back at the Kennedy Space Center, or rather at Cape Canaveral Space Force Base. It looks like we have lost an engine on each side core. That's a little unusual.
Really?
Yeah, looking at the SpaceX feed, and there is Miko or Biko. Boosters have shut down. There we are. They are separating. Hopefully, those are not the engines they'll need for the landing.
Okay, no, it's all shut down.
Yeah, that was a little
That's
unusual.
weird.
Very rare for Falcon to have
Yeah,
issues with its
correct.
engines. But what we are looking for now is
The engine shutdown, was that on the side boosters or was that the center core?
that was the side boosters. The center core is still running with 9 happy engines, as we like to see. Reminder, this center core is going to be expended. It will not be making a landing. The 2 side boosters should have done their boost back burn. In fact, it should be happening or should be ending in just a few seconds. And if everything goes nominally, they should be coming back to land about 5.5 miles apart at 2 different sites at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Now, in just a couple moments, we should see the payload fairing jettison and expose that ViaSat-3 satellite to the vacuum of space. So we are keeping an eye on, actually, it'll be stage separation first, then the fairing.
Yep.
So we are going to see that center core shut its engines down, and then the payload fairing should be jettisoned momentarily after.
Yeah, any engine shutdown on the side boosters, they just to refer to that, SpaceX has actually been through this sort of flight profile
Nico?
before. Generally, what they do is they burn the center core a little bit longer, just to make sure that there is still on target for the right orbital trajectory.
Yep, absolutely. Now we
And there
have
we go, and
stage separation and
successful light.
beautiful. We have a good Merlin vacuum upper stage engine. Now we do still have telemetry on those side boosters. So that means that at least one of them, hopefully both, are still coming down. Oh, beautiful. Hang on, we should have payload fairing separation in a moment. I think Joaquin, there it is. Joaquin will be repositioning his camera to try and catch the booster landing. Welcome to space, ViaSat-3. Let's get you to a nice, safe orbit. So these boosters are going to be landing at two different sites. One will be landing at LZ-2, which is one of those familiar landing sites we are kind of used to seeing Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy boosters landing at. But because LZ-1 was actually retired after the Crew 11 launch last summer, we will be seeing the other booster landing at launch site at landing zone 40, which is directly next to, just like a couple hundred feet away from the launch pad at Launch Complex 40, which is Falcon 9's other East Coast launch site.
Coming up in about 2 minutes. Today, Falcon Heavy side boosters will be performing 2 burns in order to land. The first
We
burn,
seem to be
known as the
ticking
entry
right
burn,
through the
slowly
events
pushes
in
down
pretty
toward
normal
the center
fashion.
parts of Earth's
Still not
atmosphere.
Sorry,
quite
I forgot to comment. I'm just watching the stream. I forgot to comment.
I completely understand. I
Oh,
completely understand.
meanwhile, for everybody who's playing along and watching this live stream, just to let you guys know, we've also got the Joaquin at the press site who's currently searching for the boosters coming back, and we'll switch over to that. So there's a lot of searching the sky at the moment, and hopefully he'll get to lock onto those because yeah, that would be spectacular to see that come back in, especially with knowing that someone from the team is down there. Holy hell!
We should
Wow.
we should be seeing side booster entry burn in just a moment. That is where those two side cores will relight 1 and then 3 of their engines and basically create almost like a heat shield out of fire. They use the pressure from that engine exhaust to push away the plasma and slow themselves down for a safe entry back into the atmosphere so that they can come back and land. So what's happening right now is the vehicle is coming back for a landing at Kennedy Space Center.
Okay.
Now,
Yep.
what you're
Go on.
seeing, yep, looks like we have a good entry burn.
Yep.
I believe what you're seeing on the upper stage there isn't a fire. That is a line that normally does heat up, and it has a little bit of gold reflective tape on it that is appearing to it kind of gives that impression of fire, but there isn't. And wow, look at that side booster come back.
Yeah.
So this is one of those two side cores that we just saw lift off on Falcon Heavy, excuse me, and it is falling. Oh,
one coming
there
back.
we go. We
Here it
have one booster landing. A
Oh.
reminder. Beautiful. Legs
down behind the
deployed,
tree.
and it's behind a tree, but it looks like we likely have a successful. There's the sonic booms.
Sonic boom, yes.
And a reminder that we have the boosters not landing at the same time nor the same place. But as the SpaceX feed shows, we have two boosters. There's one, and there is the second, and there's the second set of sonic booms.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Engine out
Beautiful.
made no difference. That's insane.
Yeah.
Think about that for a second. That's insane. Those engines
Yeah.
out on those side boosters. You know, one of them has flown how many times? Did you say 22 and the other 2 times? Yeah, there's no performance difference in either of them.
No. There's a tiny little extra bit of soot, but it doesn't make a bit of difference. And we have MECO. The upper stage engine has cut off, and ViaSat-3 is now, I believe, in a nominal parking orbit. So ViaSat-3, the mission is going to hang out in this orbit for a little bit. It's pretty close. This orbit is like pretty flat, very close to the equator. And in, let's see, at about T plus 26 minutes. So in about 20 minutes or so, that engine will restart. It's going to change its plane a little bit. It's going to level that orbit out right around the equator and boost that orbit way, way up, going from currently low Earth orbit, about 150 kilometers up. I'm going to do a terrible unit switch. It is going to go from just a couple hundred miles up into space and boost its way up to geostationary orbit, which is 22,000 miles from Earth.
Or 35,000 kilometers.
Yeah, yeah, there
I
you
got
go.
my
Perfect.
conversion going in the
You've
background.
got the conversion on hand. Awesome.
Yeah, it looks like it's a very successful and nominal launch. Again, just reflecting back on that, too, even though there was engines out on either booster, it just seemed to be one out on either side. It made no difference, and we've had successful landings of those two boosters back at landing sites. So there is no difference here. Think about that for a minute. That one engine out made no difference to the performance of the Viasat going into orbit, and nor did it make any difference when landing those two side boosters. That's nuts. Sorry, that's nuts.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I'm still waiting to, I'm curious because it looked like it reported the engine out basically at the same location on both boosters. So
Could that
I'm
have been
really
a
curious
sensitive
about that.
read?
I wonder if it was actually an engine out or if it was just a little telemetry bug.
Yeah,
Um, that's
yeah,
something gonna have to go back and like look at the engine plume as it expands and see if there's like any differences if we can see it like
yeah,
squeeze
absolutely.
in at all or do anything weird like that.
Yeah, I'm going to be going back to that SpaceX live stream and looking at that myself, and doing a bit of an analysis and having a bit more in-depth information and look to see what that looks like.
So Griffo, yes, 35,000 kilometers from Earth.
Yes.
Geostationary orbit is very, very high up there. That is the altitude at which the orbital period, the time it takes to complete one orbit, happens to match exactly with 24 hours. And what that means is when you put something up there, you can basically have it like almost frozen exactly over the same place on Earth until it can't maintain that orbit anymore. And this is an orbit you'll see used for a lot of communication satellites and also a lot of weather satellites.
And once the Viasat comes to the end of its useful life, generally what they do is they have a tendency to either leave it exactly where it is, and it becomes a dead satellite, or occasionally they put in enough performance boost to actually boost it even higher, to actually make sure that it's no longer in that operational geostationary orbit. I believe that was a FCC requirement that only came in the last 2 or 3 years, that they must now leave enough performance left in the satellite over the lifetime of the satellite to actually boost it to a higher orbit to make sure that geostationary is kept clear.
Yeah, yeah, it is a requirement for satellites going to geo. And a big part of that is that there's a lot more and more satellites going up there, and geo is kind of the way they handle it is like slots or spots where you've got a specific place in that sort of band of satellites where you are allowed to be,
Hmm.
and they only have a limited number of those. You have to maintain a certain amount of clearance between other satellites. So when one of those satellites reaches its end of life to make way for others, they need to make sure that they can boost themselves up into a graveyard orbit, which is, kind of above that geo band. There is just basically just a big spacecraft graveyard.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff sitting up there at the moment. All
Oh
right,
yeah.
I'm just having a look at something.
hmm What propulsion system? Well, the Falcon Heavy uses 27 sea level Merlin engines. Those are the same kerosene and oxygen burning engines that you see on Falcon 9. Um, just uses three times as many. Three times as many because Falcon Heavy is three times as much rocket as Falcon 9. And the upper stage is one vacuum optimized Merlin. So there's a few changes to it. It's still at its core the same engine. The biggest difference is that it has a much larger nozzle attached to it, which allows it to operate at a much higher level of efficiency in the vacuum of space.
All right. Yeah, just to let everyone know, there is two things I'm going to let everyone know. There's a reminder that there's YouTube membership tiers. Again, just to let everyone know, there is the intern perks, which are priority reply to comments, member shoutouts, loyalty badges next to your name in comments and in chats. Then there is, apart from that, there is please hold. There's launch director perks and the name displayed during webcasts and videos, Discord access plus the intern tier, closeout crew perks, same as the last levels, plus early access to images and videos, some of which you will actually be from today's launch as well. Discounted merchandise of up to 10% off, and then the range officer perks, which is the same as all the last levels, except the discount level goes quite a bit higher at 25% for all items in our shop.
Yeah, and I will say our closeout crew members are going to get an amazing show. The shots that you're going to see from the press site and from the remote cameras, because remember, we have Joaquin and one other member. We have two folks actually who have been able to put cameras out at the launch site to get some of those insane, like super close up engine details. And I, personally, now I'm super pumped to see those shots of um yeah, Joaquin and Gavin. Um I am super excited to see the the shots of Falcon Heavy punching a hole in the clouds.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's not every day you get to see a rocket just like punch, like it punched a hole
It was
in
a
that
pretty big
like
goal. That was a
high
pretty big
cloud
goal.
layer. I mean, vapor cones are cool, but that was unbelievable, and I have no doubt that the team got some absolutely crazy photos from it. So I am
Yeah, I
beyond
can't wait
excited
to
to
see
see
them.
those.
Yeah, same here. So
Are
for
we gonna
anybody
launch? Well, we
for
don't
anybody
launch.
who's sorry?
um,
So
I was
sorry.
gonna
Yeah.
say, are we gonna launch another rocket tomorrow? We don't launch any rockets. We just cover the launches. However, later this evening at currently sitting at 7:37, I'm hoping it pushes about an hour, there is going to be a Starlink mission from my side of the planet, Vandenberg Space Force Base, um, lifting off at 7:37 PM Pacific time. If it pushes by about an hour or so, I will be able to get some pretty cool twilight or nighttime photos of it, so fingers crossed for that. And then the launch after that is going to be tomorrow. Amazon will be having a second launch this week, a second set of Amazon LEO satellites flying from French Guiana.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be an Ariane 5 tomorrow, which is that's a absolutely massive rocket. Very exciting to see it flying, launching from the Kourou spaceport in French Guiana, which is in South America. So, as always, space is an increasingly busy place.
And I should probably this is probably a good, segue now into what's happening in the Southern Hemisphere, just to let everyone know that, Aussie has also partnered with, Launch Heaven as well, and I'll be bringing, a launch from Down Under. As of next month, we're looking at the 18th to the 22nd, and it's a company called Sunburnt Space Co., and they'll be launching from regional New South Wales, which is in the middle of nowhere. It's landlocked, out the back of Burke, is a common Australian saying, and this is well and truly out the back of Burke. And Aussie will actually be doing that as a live stream exclusive. And I've partnered with Launch Heaven for that. And Austin, the founder of Launch Heaven, and he's already agreed that he'll be able to restream that to you guys and also offer those same level of comments and everything they'll be able to display during my live stream as well. So I'll be bringing all that to you guys. If you want to go and have a look at Aussie, you can on YouTube and all the social media channels. But yeah, that's coming up soon from the southern side or the south side of the planet.
Very
Underneath,
exciting.
more underneath.
Yeah, yeah, very exciting. I love seeing the start of an Australian space industry, and you were actually out there for the maybe not the most successful, but certainly
Yep.
very interesting recent flight from Gilmore Space.
Yeah, that was the Ares One launch, which was done from Bowen, which is a regional town in northern Queensland. And I traveled up there a grand total of 3 times. So I did a road trip 3 times. It's around about 1,374 kilometers. I did it 3 times, so that one just rolls off the tip of the tongue. And if you guys saw any footage that had a box around it, that was me with my camera. I just couldn't turn. There's some features on that camera I couldn't turn off. And with that, it was the most disappointing launch. It kind of wandered off the pad sideways, and then popped. So it didn't explode. It did pop. There was no voluminous large explosion or fireball or anything like that. It did see a small grass fire, but yeah, that was the famous 14 seconds of launch that Gilmore Space has claimed. And prior to that, in 2024, I did a live stream of rocket launch in the middle of South Australia for Southern Launch and SR-75. And that was a German rocket that was brought over to Australia and launched from the Kunaba test range, which is a test range that exists in the middle of South Australia. That now does Southern Launch does rocket launches and also does orbital returns. So Varda Space Industries returns a lot of their payloads to launch from the United States and lands well and truly in the middle of Australia.
Now, do we have a Discord server? Yeah, we do actually have a Discord server. Discord access is available to our launch director members on YouTube. So if you would like Discord access and want to be able to hang out with the Launch Heaven team, say hi to us, you can join at the launch director level. We also have the lower level, which is, I believe, just 99 cents, the intern level, which gets you priority replies to comments, member shoutouts, and a loyalty badge in the chat. Again, launch director gets your name displayed on the webcast, gets you access to that Discord, as well as the perks of the tier below. If you want early access to the awesome photos that our team has captured and possibly even some videos, then you can join at the closeout crew level. And that also gets you a 10% discount on merchandise. And our highest level range officer will get you an additional discount of up to 25% on all items in our shop. And again, reminder, we have 2 different members of our team who were able to set remote cameras out at the pad. So we're going to see some really, really awesome stuff from them.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
I am just
just a little
buzzing.
inside baseball, just a little bit of inside information. Yes, Austin is in the background, pressing all the buttons, keeping all the live stream alive, and sending through a couple of images. We've already been sent one already
Ooh.
from Joaquim. It's either a freeze frame or it's actually a shot and of the Falcon Heavy going, not actually punching through the clouds, but definitely all engines alight. It's a spectacular shot of it actually tracking straight up to about to punch through the cloud layer. Looks absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it's I think this is sort of a low quality thumbnail, but I will
No,
say,
I don't care.
we
It's good.
we it's still an amazing shot. I can't wait to see the full res.
Yeah.
Um, it we were so amazed by the liftoff and the punching through the clouds that we didn't even notice. If you look around the fairing, there's actually a sweet vapor cone there.
Yeah, there is too.
Um, there is going to be,
Some
yeah.
sweet shots.
Oh, there's going to be unbelievable shots from this. I am I'm so excited.
Oh my.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
Absolutely, absolutely, very much the same. Yeah, so where you can join the Discord server is by the YouTube membership. That is where Discord access is, and it is at the launch director level. Wow, I'm still just like buzzing from that launch, and we are, let's see here, we are actually coming up in not too long, in just a few minutes, we should be coming up on our next mission milestone. So far, the flight seems to have gone perfectly, and in just about 2 minutes, we are going to see that second stage engine light itself up for around about a minute and a half, a little under 90 seconds for that second burn, where it will boost itself up into a higher orbit, as well as changing its level just a little bit. And this looks like it'll be a direct to geo mission. So The final burn of that engine will be 4.5 hours after, actually almost 5 hours after liftoff,
Wow.
which is, yeah, yeah, incredible long duration on the upper stage. And it's a part of why we saw that big gray stripe on the bottom of the upper stage.
Yep. A little bit of ice floating off.
Yep, yep. You can see the some venting going on and some of the reaction control. When you see that like mylar, or I think it's actually Kapton, but that silvery foil stuff around the engine, when you see that puffing around, that's usually the reaction control thrusters that are doing their work to help orient the stage and put it in the correct attitude, pointing the right direction for the next burn. And we should be seeing that in just a little less than a minute now. So we will keep our eyes open for the startup of the MVAC engine. I will say one of my favorite recurring comments is like the UFO or the mouse, or all of these different shapes that the ice coming off of the upper stage makes. Because it does
Do
have a tendency to get caught on that that little like hot gas, or I guess cold gas turbine manifold right at the top of the nozzle extension there.
Yeah, it has a tendency to do that. But, yeah, I've spent a lot of my time, when I see those things where it's like it's a mouse or something like that, we're on TikTok or X or whatever, I have a tendency to be yelling at my, yelling at my device saying, "That's not it." Oh,
And
and there we
ooh,
go.
hello. Startup, a little bit of a wobble there.
Yeah, big wobble too.
Yeah. Seems to be evening it out. So, we're not too concerned at this point, but that was definitely a little
Almost bigger than usual.
yeah, that was a pretty large wobble for startup, but it seems to be pretty much rock solid now. And again, we are expecting this burn to be for about a minute and a half or so. Maybe just a little less than that. It should be shutting off at the T plus 27 minutes and 33 seconds mark. So about 30 seconds left in this burn.
I just love the views that you can get off this, that SpaceX is able to provide of the actual payload. You can see the camera pointing upwards towards the payload, and that's insane. The question of the velocity is down in the bottom left-hand corner. It's currently tracking at about 32,000 kilometers per hour. Um, is that right? Is that what I'm seeing? Or is that? Yep.
Yep, yep, you are correct. Yep, about 32,000 kilometers an hour. Kerbal Space Program reference. Look, we all love Kerbal.
Oh,
I
yes.
don't think I know anyone in the space community who doesn't love or play Kerbal. I think I'm coming up on the, do I even dare say it, the 4,000 hour mark?
Oh, oh man, dedicated to the cause. I like it.
Yeah, and we have a nominal second shutdown of the second engine.
Yes.
Beautiful.
And that would be a nominal injection. Nobody's saying anything different. Yep, that's it.
Yeah. Are there people on the ship? There are not people on this rocket. However, the satellite is going to be providing data and connectivity for people around the world. This is a reminder. This is the ViaSat-3 F3 mission, a telecommunications and data satellite, basically a big internet satellite built for Viasat by Boeing. It is going to be going to geostationary Earth orbit, and it will be providing extremely high bandwidth data to the Asia and Pacific region. Just this one satellite is able to process over a terabit per second of data. So if you know about like your home internet, maybe you've got like, maybe you've got really good internet, you've got like a couple hundred megabits up or down. You've heard about gigabit. Well, this is a terabit.
Terabit, yeah.
And that's because it is going to be providing connectivity for thousands and thousands and thousands of people all throughout the region, as well as connectivity for in-flight Wi-Fi for airplanes.
All right. It looks like that was successful. The engine is shut down.
Yeah, yeah. What is
It looks like, oh,
the
look at the
glare?
curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, the Earth is just beautiful, and we are gonna see now, because it has put itself into a higher orbit, as it comes around the curve of the Earth, we're gonna see the Earth will start shrinking away, which is, we just recently saw that with Artemis 2. It is always quite a sight.
Yes.
Um, Now as far
And
as what the
the images that came
gl
from Artemis 2 as well, the Earth departing in the background is there's one of those where, Christina Koch, actually took a picture of the Earth as they were departing. That was just heartbreaking. There's 4 astronauts that were in a little tiny capsule, and they were leaving at
Yeah.
that distance.
Oh,
It's just, yeah, that's isolation and a half.
oh, unbelievable. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. What's the spec, or what is that glare? What you were seeing there on the engine shot was basically just lens flare. When you get a really bright light like the sun shining on a camera lens, sometimes you can get little internal reflections, lens flare. That's just normal camera stuff. Um, so I think we are probably getting toward the tail end of the stream here.
We
Um,
are.
the next event in this mission is going to be over 4 hours from now. So for the next 4 hours, for the next 4 hours and 17 minutes, this upper stage here is just going to silently cruise its way through space up to geostationary, where it will circularize, it'll burn up, round that orbit out, and then deploy the satellite into its intended slot.
Just for anybody asking that, about the specs and things like that, you saw go past the camera, I noticed it too. Those specs are generally frozen propellant because the entire time that whilst it's actually cruising and it's not doing very much, there are reaction control thrusters that actually keep it in orbit, to make it sure it's actually stabilizes the orbit, make sure it actually is oriented the right way, because they'll be looking to open the satellite to start absorbing solar power at some point. But yeah, those specs are generally just frozen propellant, little bits of that from the reaction control thrusters, that coal gas thrusters that are actually on the upper stage.
Yep, and it's and worth noting as well that the engine also has a couple little vents that it does to just make sure that it's working right. It has a normal little vent that it releases some liquid oxygen and some I think gaseous nitrogen as well
Yeah,
overboard.
as they boil off, yeah, because it's now
Yeah, and especially as soon as that liquid oxygen hits in fact, you can see it going right there.
yeah.
Um, as that hits the vacuum of space, it condenses and freezes into ice. And so at this point, I think we are winding down the stream on TikTok, and we will probably leave you guys on YouTube with a live feed for the next 4 hours showing the mission. And I think we have been muted.
Have we?
Um, Looking in the back end here, it looks like we have been
Wouldn't
muted.
surprise me.
So yeah, I know Austin will get the. Oh, we have not. All right. Well,
Oh,
we
good.
have not been muted. Good. Perfect.
So that went out live.
You get a little inside baseball here. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we do. Frank and I actually talk to each other off air when the live stream is over, and we geek out a little bit. So yeah,
Yep. Yep. But we will be wrapping up the TikTok live stream, and we will be switching this over to a full screen view of the mission for the next 4 hours so that you guys can continue to follow along with the mission out there at home.
there, 22nd century AD. We sat there and looked at the rockets on Mars, and you just boggled the mind. And the technology caught up, didn't it? 25th century AD. We sat there and looked at the rockets and Mars, and you just boggled the mind. And the technology caught up, didn't it? 25th century AD. We sat there and looked at a rocket from Mars, and you just boggled the mind and mind and mind and mind. And the technology caught up, didn't it?
Welcome back, and thank you for joining us for our 12th Falcon Heavy mission. Falcon Heavy is delivering to orbit the third of 3 ultra-high capacity satellites for ViaSat. We had an on-time liftoff this morning at 10:13 a.m. Eastern Time, and we recovered both of Falcon Heavy's side boosters. Now, the MVAC engine that you see on screen has already completed 2 burns in today's mission to deliver the ViaSat-3 Flight 3 payload. Coming up next, the MVAC engine on the second stage will reignite for its 3rd burn, referred to as SES-3, and that will be followed a few minutes later by payload deploy. Now, we're expecting that final burn to be coming up here in about 2 minutes.
ViaSat is creating one of the world's most advanced multi-orbit, multi-band communications networks that integrates ViaSat's own space and ground infrastructure with that of world-class third-party partners. Today, ViaSat-3 Flight 3 satellite completes the ViaSat-3 constellation, which is an important part of ViaSat's global multi-orbit network designed to add significant capacity that is secure, reliable, and highly flexible.
We've had some fantastic views throughout this coast phase of both the payload and the MVAC. If you take a look right above the MVAC nozzle there, you may be able to spot the moon. Right now, ViaSat-3 Flight 3 and the MVAC engine are on the way to geostationary transfer orbit. We're expecting that 3rd burn of the MVAC engine to start up in just about 10 seconds from now. Following the completion of this 3rd MVAC burn, stage 2 will coast for around another 10 minutes before payload deployment. Now, this burn that is now underway is expected to last about 40 seconds. ViaSat is a leading global technology company helping to transform the world through connectivity. The MVAC engine is currently performing the final burn required to place ViaSat-3 Flight 3 into orbit. This payload today is designed to add more than 1 terabit per second of broadband capacity to ViaSat's network over the Asia-Pacific region. Now, we're approaching the conclusion of this 2nd stage MVAC burn.
Nominal orbit insertion.
And there we've had confirmation of a successful 3rd shutdown of the MVAC engine on the 2nd stage. Now, payload deploy is coming up in just a few minutes at about T+4 hours and 58 minutes. So we're going to take one last break, and we'll see you back here in about 10 minutes.
Welcome back, and thank you for joining us for the 12th Falcon Heavy mission, which is delivering to orbit the third of 3 ultra-high-capacity satellites for ViaSat. We've now arrived at Payload deploy, coming up here just around the 4-hour and 58-minute mark. The ViaSat-3 constellation is expected to expand and enhance the ViaSat Amara in-flight connectivity solution, helping airlines deliver next-level experiences that improve the passenger experience and drive new lines of revenue. For business aviation, it is expected to further elevate Viasat's Jet XP solution for an even greater standard of seamless, high-performance connectivity from takeoff to touchdown. ViaSat-3 offers a clear upgrade path for Viasat's maritime customers as part of NexusWave's fully managed bonded connectivity service.
Each ViaSat-3 satellite is designed to steer capacity between beams to deliver bandwidth when and where it's needed most, which is important to meet the needs of aviation, maritime, defense, and home internet customers, where the location of hotspots can change over the course of the day. Across land, sea, air, and space, Viasat helps businesses, governments, and communities solve their most demanding connectivity challenges and turn them into strategic advantages. With offices around the world and a global satellite constellation, Viasat brings high-quality, resilient, and secure connectivity to the places and missions that need it most, while building a more sustainable future in space. This next-generation ultra-high-capacity, high-speed service is designed to significantly enhance the office-like and home-like internet experience on board vessels.
Payload deploy confirmed.
And we have incredible views of the payload deploy with a beautiful view of Earth in the background as well. And with that, we will bring today's coverage to a close.
We would like to thank Viasat for entrusting us today with their spacecraft.
We also want to say thank you to the Range and Federal Aviation Administration for their support, and to you, our viewers. This was our first Falcon Heavy mission of the year, and there's more on deck. In the meantime, development continues on the world's most capable reusable rocket, Starship. It's been 3 years since the first flight of Starship, and the next generation is here. Test Like You Fly launches a series that takes you inside the factories and onto the launch pads where humanity's future in space is unfolding. And you can watch full episodes and catch up on past Starship flight tests at spacex.com/content.
Until then, be sure to check out spacex.com/launches for the most up-to-date information on upcoming launches, and follow us at SpaceX on X. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.